Hey, I'm Eric. I'm the man with the squeakiest chair in the entire universe. But more importantly, I'm making a game. Or maybe it's not as important. I don't know. Maybe it is more important that my chair is the squeakiest. So this game, I don't know. I don't want to explain. I'm so tired of explaining it. Just, I'll show it to you. I'll just show it to you. Just show it to you. You can just look at it. You can just look at it for a little bit. See what you think of it. Alright. It's called the Godkiller Chapter 1. Implying that there'll be more chapters. And there will. There will. Don't worry. Alright, so I hit play. And then it's going to pop up this level selector thing. And I'm going to pick a level that has no spoilers to it. Well, no story spoilers. It'd still be a mild spoiler. So, last night, I guess I'll demo one little thing. We fixed, I say we because Cicada, who was on, was a heavy contributor. We fixed this thing where the UV mapping on this texture of the thumbnail caused it to wrap around the other direction. And then I said, okay, I got it centered. It's good. Maybe there's a little white line on the edge of it. And Cicada was like, no, it's terrible. You gotta fix that. You gotta fix it or it's garbage. You know, he was like that. Maybe worse. And so I just scaled it a little bit differently and it was fixed. And then he was like, you gotta fix that font. It's shit and it's shite. It's shitty shite shit. And I said, that's where I draw the line. The font is perfectly serviceable, even if it's the default font. I do not know if Cicada is just an imaginary friend that likes to torment me. I do not know. It could just be the darker side of my nature. Okay, let's find a level with no story stuff in it. Something that shows the game kind of okay. Shows a few elements of it. That one's got a bunch of story stuff. This one's pretty good. This is early on. If you want this game for yourself, you can wait for it to be released on Steam on January 1st. You can, I can give you links and stuff. I'll just say look for the Godkiller Chapter 1 on Steam. You'll find it. Or you can just go get the demo also off of Steam on the Steam page. Get the demo, you can try it out. You can play this level. Okay, so let me back up and explain a few things for people who don't know what the game is. Okay, the commands: north, south, west, east. Then there's something called flinging. Other people call it dashing. I call it flinging. You'll hold down the shift key or the action button on your joystick, and you travel as far in that direction as you can until you reach an obstacle. And that can be used to jump across things. It can be used to just move around really fast or wherever it is that you want to go. Now here you might think, oh, I can fling across here. You can fling west across this empty bridge thing. Well, first I'll show you. It's transparent. If you walked on it, you'd fall down. Okay. So then you think, maybe I'll fling across it. Okay. You overshoot it, basically. So, if you watch my mouse cursor, I hold down the fling here. I'm going to go one square past the floor where I'd like to be on to go through this little passageway here. So, there has to be another way to get past this bridge thing, this empty bridge. Pretty strong hint that the blocks below spell the same letters as are on the bridge. This is one of the easiest puzzles.
I don't understand it, but it's just weirdly enjoyable to push blocks.
She's musing to herself. You hear that sound? It's like... There's a little eye square here, or a view square. It doesn't change your position. It only changes the camera position to show a predefined view. If I step off of the square, the camera view goes back to its default of just hovering over the top of the player character. Her name is M, by the way. This is a little bonus thing. I'm not going to show how you get it, but if you are able to do some other puzzle solving in this level, you can get that present for yourself. So bridge is now spelled. I can walk across it now. It's solid.
So if this is a basement, there must be something above it. I guess that's where I'm going.
Okay, so it's basically another bridge here to close so that you can walk across it. If I just step onto it, I fall through. Now the letters for it are all here. I just got to spell edge. And this is the level exit. It's an R here. You could do something with it maybe. But I'm not going to show you what you'll do with the R. You just do that and you move on to the next level. And oh, you just be quiet. Just be quiet. So a lot of the levels have got blocks and you spell things and you open gates and close bridges and stuff like that. Others have got enemies that you run away from or fight. Mostly run away from, if I'm honest. And there's these rotating axles you can move in different directions, and there's quite a few game elements. Yeah, so that's the gist of the game. So what am I doing? I've got 24 days left till the release, and if it's a healthy project, there's only one thing I'm doing with that 24 days left. Fixing bugs. I'm done coding features. Got all the media in the game, all of it. I'm just fixing bugs. And which bugs am I fixing? I'm going to pick one or two out tonight and fix them. There was one that was bugging me a fair amount. Okay, first off, let's filter all the ones that are done. Links are cool. Okay, then let's see, for the high priority stuff, I could take this one. There's another bug that's related to it, which it's not that high of a priority, except that it's causing me inefficiency in troubleshooting other problems. Let me set this to medium. I think I set it as a medium bug. Yeah, Steam controller reattempts boots hundreds of times before player bootable completes. So this fills up my console log with a whole bunch of junk, and it becomes hard for me to read through it. It also fills up the player log with a whole bunch of junk. So if I have some support cases to handle, somebody buys the game and shoots an email off to support@cspacelabs.com and says, I bought this game with my hard-earned $20 and it doesn't work. It just totally won't even start. I guess I'm getting a refund. I go, sure, if you want a refund, that's fine. But also, if you send me your player log, I can take a look at it. I bet I could fix it for you. Or maybe not, but your choice, that kind of thing. They send me the player log. I would like for that log to have good information inside of it so that I can fix problems efficiently. And actually, the player log served me pretty well. Yesterday, I released a build to this internal group of testers. Schick said, he loaded level and the screen stayed black. And I said, wow, could you send the player log? He sent it. It gave me a description of the error. Let me see if I've still got it. Okay, there's all this stuff up here. This is what I'm talking about, all the garbage that it just kind of fills up the whole thing. All this. Well, no, this is a different kind of thing to clean up. But then towards the bottom, we get this invalid operation exception. Steamworks is not initialized, and it has the call stack, which tells me where in the code exactly the error occurred. And I can, and I did, go to that place in the code and say, oh, here is a way that bug could have been caused based on what Schick told me and based on the information I have in the player log. I fixed the bug in about 5 minutes, made a new build. That's the kind of thing that I always want to be able to do. So I'm gonna just fix first and foremost this problem with the console log filling up with these redundant boot attempts. And hopefully that won't take me all night. Hopefully I'll be able to jump in onto another bug. I'm slightly annoyed that I have to wait for a food delivery order and go pick it up and then deal with that and then come back to this. I don't like having interruptions in the middle of my session, but that's just how it goes. Hold on just a second. Okay. Oh, now they're picking up my order. This stuff with food delivery and grocery delivery, it's only like maybe 50% less work than doing it yourself. You'd think it would be this giant time saver, but it's just a slight time saver. If you order groceries, the shopper that goes on your behalf, your personal shopper basically, goes out and has the list of things you asked to get, and then invariably there's some that need replacement. And then you have to chat back and forth with the shopper, and they send you pictures of the aisle, the grocery store aisle for, the shelf, and like, is there something else here that you want? And so on average, I probably spend about a half hour on a grocery store order. Now, a food order for Uber Eats, same kind of situation. There'll be like little problems with their app. The driver won't know how to get to your address. The driver will drop the food off at the wrong door. I can tell when they're having trouble finding my place. Like their little car markers outside, and it's just there for a long time. They're either waiting for me to come out to them, or they're just like confused about which doorstep they're supposed to deliver to. So whenever I see that, I actually go outside to meet them. And there's a whole protocol to it, because it's the middle of the night and you don't want to scare them. Particularly, like half of the drivers are women too. So it's just like you see somebody that looks like they're probably an Uber driver. You walk up to them, and from about 30 feet away, ideally, you smile and you say in a tentative kind of way, "Hi, I'm Eric. I'm Eric." And if that's not an Uber driver, you sound like a real freak at that point. So then there's a follow-up to it for someone who's just a normal person, and you say really quick, oh yeah, I was waiting for an order. Maybe I guess you're not that delivery person, and then maybe they didn't hear you quite right, and then you have to repeat it. And for a driver, their face will light up because they'll be happy that the confusion has come to an end as to where they're supposed to deliver it, and also they'll have to spend less time. They're worried about getting on to their next order and making a living. So usually it works out pretty well. Sometimes it doesn't work out that well at all. And then there's the follow-up to figure out, well, what is my food still coming? So some weird thing happens on your app, and suddenly it's not clear that food is coming to you. In fact, the order might be canceled. The order might be about ready to be canceled. You're kind of hungry. You know that, like, if the food's not coming, you got to put in another order right about now for it to get there an hour later, like 15 minutes before you go to bed. There's also the mild ordeal of getting a refund and making a complaint on the app. And whenever I make a complaint on the app, whoever talks to me thinks that my primary concern is that I get what's mine. That I get what's mine. That I get my money refunded. And, they think it's all about money. It's not about money. It's about your system is not well designed. Or your employee is dishonest. Your employee is a liar. He's a bad person. He does things that are bad. You need to talk to him, not me. Don't even worry about refunding my money. Just deal with the problems in your own system. That's my thing. I'm an engineer. I can't stand it when a system doesn't work well. When it's unnecessarily bad. That's a thing that rankles me to no end. I wish there was a little button that you could push on the problem with your order, where you just waive any attempt at getting money. And you just say that, I am a holy roller, and you have offended my moral code, and here's why. And I don't want that message to go to the poor person who is sitting in front of a queue of customers coming to them one after another. I want that message to go to the product manager that designed the system in such a poor way, or to the if it really is a human failing. A lot of times it's not. Most of the time it's not. Or to the manager of the driver, or someone who is like in charge of driver conduct, to say, hey, Franklin, you can't just like pick a random doorstep, drop the food and go. That's going to generate complaints. It's going to generate lost business for us. And it's a bad thing to do. Are you a bad human being, Franklin? You can't work for the fine, morally fastidious company that is Uber. You cannot. We are such a bastion of morality. You can't be with us. I mean, I'm like making fun of myself as I'm hating their system, because I know that I'm like, it's like layers of stupidity here. One is that, getting your food in an unpredictable way. Instead of just making it yourself. And other people are like, there may be a little more inconvenience than you. They don't actually have any food or the money to pay someone to cook up some food and deliver it to you. I get it. And then also, the other layer of stupidity is that my insistence on trying to get a corporation to apply some sort of moral stance to its conduct is laughable. But it is sort of my hope that, since these companies have to deal with people that do themselves have a morality about them and concepts of what is fair treatment, what's good, what's bad, that they would at least in a soulless corporate way, try to please that aspect of their customer base instead of seeing it purely as a transactional thing. It's such a cynical way of looking at these it's essentially a promise to do something that's carried out in a way other than was promised. They failed to keep the promise. And the oldest thing about human nature is this idea of I say human nature to kind of distinguish us from other creatures, this idea that we would want to be fair, that we would have expectations about what someone should receive or should not, that we'd have expectations about, keeping promises, and if you say one thing, then you should do it. Deception. We have all those expectations. These are human things. And companies, because their chief concern is maximizing profit, and they're very clear and cold about that, they often treat their customers as though they're also similarly simple, and they are not. They're not. So I got a million rants stored up inside of me. It just does not take much for me to go off on one. Let's turn off the rants. Let's turn them off and let's get some bugs fixed. They're still picking up my order. They're still picking it up. Okay, let me think about this. So the way that we go into boot, it's like everything's peachy until the first thing is not ready. We attempt to boot for something, and if the dependency it's counting on is not present, it delays the boot. That's my own little in-game boot system, where there's different modules that get initialized one time when the game starts, instead of every time that you go to a different scene or level. Okay, so Steam Synchronizer was delayed. That's correct, because it was waiting for another dependency subsystem, I'll call it, which is players. So then we attempt the boot for Input Manager. We complete that, and as soon as it completes any other subsystems boot, it will reattempt all previously unsuccessful or delayed boots. Okay, I tried Steam Synchronizer again. It was delayed. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, then it does Gesture Manager. Then it reattempts Steam Synchronizer. All this looks okay up until it retries a second time without anything new happening. So my thought is that there's some queuing up that's happening where this guy gets queued up multiple times. So let me take a look at that code. Bootables. This is probably what it's going to be. Okay. Okay, where does bootables get added to? Should be in a, okay, here it is. Add bootable. So I don't see any check for the bootable to already be in this list. This is the list of things that will get retried. Let me see who calls it and see if they check for it to be there already. So they just add it as soon as the attempt is made. I'm probably going to be able to fix this just by having a membership check to see if it's already there. Like add if unique type of a thing. Suddenly I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Get back to work, back to work. All these little interruptions. Like, I'm interrupting myself with rants. And pretty soon the Uber car is going to be on its way and I'll get interrupted by that. This one honestly does look pretty easy. Because this is getting called every time this is attempted. So, really, I just need to do a check to see if it's already there. So, bootables. And then, what's the structure on this? Just a list. If not, bootables contains bootable. We add it. That's it. That's it. I'm pretty sure that's gonna win. Pretty sure that's gonna fix it. What's your complaint? Yeah. All right, let's try it. Okay. Hit play again. Okay, and then we'll come back out. Okay, here we go. First delay, Steam synchronizer. I'm okay with this as long as it doesn't double up. And it looks like I fixed it. Because last time when I got this far, I was doubling up and attempting multiple times for Steam synchronizer before any other subsystem had completed booting. Okay. Yeah, this looks healthy. I think I fixed it. Keep going down. And then finally players finishes up. And then Steam synchronizer is reattempted. And the boot is completed. It's not the most efficient way to handle the dependencies, but it's pretty simple and it works. That generated 78 log messages. I think before it was hundreds. Could be better, but that is an improvement that I was looking for. Okay, so let's close that bug and move on to the next. That was quickly closed. I like it when things go that way. And I'd given myself an estimate of hours to work on this, so I'm like nicely ahead on that one. This one is done. Dev days left. 23.5. I mean, I don't know how did I come up with this number? It doesn't seem right. 15 minutes away. I'm gonna make it lower just to spike my ass a little bit. Goose it. Yeah. All right. Clear this out. And let's look just at the high priority ones. This is a placeholder for stuff that'll come up as I go. But yeah, in the egg. It takes forever to load. I can do some tests on it. Let's go to in the egg. Okay, so I'll set a baseline first on this. I need a timer of some sort. Does stats have like a built-in timer? Okay. Timer. Just find an online timer someplace. Stopwatch. So I was checking to see also if DuckDuckGo had a built-in stopwatch. So I'm rooting for DuckDuckGo. And I know Google has a built-in stopwatch, and I want DuckDuckGo to compare favorably to Google. It could be a little more responsive, but it looks like it will suffice. Okay, I'm gonna hit play here, and this is gonna be my control. I haven't made any improvements yet. I want to see how long it takes. Okay, so it's gonna get past this pre-processing, then I'll start. Pretty bad. It's a little faster with the player, but it's pretty bad. Like if I make a player build, like it might take half as long. Okay, that was 48 seconds. Stop. Okay. Bothering me. Is the name of the file where I keep my notes. Can delete this scratch from last night. Okay, that was 48 seconds. Call it baseline. Okay. Then I was going to make a copy of the level, but I can also just do a git commit. bootables fix. Okay. So if I mess it up real bad, I can just go back to it. I haven't had to change anything on this level in a long time. So I'm going to do this strip all pro builder scripts and scene. See where that leaves me. Yep. I think there is an option to pro builderize a mesh as well, which I could use on like an individual scene object that I want to fix. Problem is, I think I've already done this. Okay, then I've got some code that just isn't going to work well with that. Let me see if I can make that code more defensive. PB will be no. Okay, so if PB equals default, I'm trying to use return null. Can I just do null, or does it have to be GK face? Okay, so the next is who's calling this? All kinds of people. So other stuff's gonna fail now. Well, it was already failing, so okay, what else? What else is failing? I'll probably see it in the editor. Yeah. That's clear. There we go. This is kind of weird. Where's PB used? Hold on. Where is this even used? I'll take that out. Oh, down at the bottom. Okay. Just say if PB equals null, return. That's it. That's all you gotta do for that. There's probably something else though. Let me just look at the whatever calls this get faces from game object. Strata manager calls it a bunch of times. So let's see the other places inside of Strata manager. Yeah, there's a stair one too. If PB equals null, return. This is just editor code, but I might as well fix it all up. Pretty benign for this to fail, but I don't want it to fail. Doesn't need to. Doesn't need to draw my attention to it. Okay, now can I get a clean console? Okay, that one is not going to be solvable in this release. That one needs a Pro Builder update. And I do not want to update Pro Builder this late in the cycle. Okay, time to get that DuckDuckGo timer up again. Let's reset it. a little dubious about this one working because I believe I already stripped out the Pro Builder objects. Huh. On the other hand, I didn't get all those error messages before, so maybe I didn't. But in any case, it's still taking a long time. And looking at the console, oh, all the boot stuff wasn't going. Oh, 51 seconds. Okay, so that was effectively the same. Let's put this note here. Where is it bothering me? Close other tabs. Okay. Baseline. Remove PB. It's basically 48 seconds. No change. Okay. What about all my scripts that I've got in? Are they causing some kind of problem? Remove decoration scripts. Do I have any decoration scripts? I don't know about that. I didn't know if that code actually did anything. Remove. Well, I know there was at least a floor decorator. There were decoration scripts because that's what was generating the warnings earlier that was fixing up. So I'm kind of curious to run this in the debugger and make sure that it's now coming up dry. Maybe it just ran so fast that it was like a no news is good news thing. Okay, Godkiller, decorations, remove decoration scripts. Okay, so if I go into here, okay, nothing there. Floor decorator. I think it did remove them all. Play. The thing that's weirding me out is like, why is this level suddenly unacceptably slow? Because it wasn't for a while. It was slow, but it wasn't crazy slow. Well, let's do another test. I did just remove a whole bunch of scripts. The other thing I'm being careful to do is to bring the focus back to the window here, because at least on some operating systems the execution speed will be a little bit faster when you have a window selected. Like it prioritizes giving you more CPU if you've got the active window. Okay, play and start. There we go. So I just kind of wonder what the fuck it's doing. So you could say, oh, it's a big, complicated scene. It's got all these meshes to load in. I mean, but not compared to like a AAA game or something. It's got not much of anything, really. None of my levels have got that much geometry in them. Ah, 48 seconds again. 48 seconds again. See, this is the part where I'm just starting to get really focused on a problem. My brain's starting to get deep into it, and now I got this goddamn Uber driver to go talk to. Okay, just let me make a quick note, and I gotta run off and go get the goddamn food. Bothering me. Okay. Remove decorations. 48. Okay. Alright, gotta get this fucking food. Oh, God. Not even hungry. munch on a few fries, because fries are gross when they're cold. And now my problem is it's a little bit more daunting, because I just went through a couple of leads I thought were going to be the culprits. They did nothing to improve performance, nothing at all. So now, brainstorming leads, Rex. It could either be one, reduce amount of load time significantly. I'll say less than 20 seconds in player build. Or non-blocking load. That's the thing that's causing issues, really. Because what happens is I can show a loading screen. There is a loading screen too, by the way. If I start from the boot screen, it'll show 1 moment, okay? And then because this initial operation just blocks all CPU, whatever the fuck it's doing, I don't know what it is. There's no opportunity to update the load screen and show some kind of movement that would make the player a little more patient and a little bit less worried that their system had blocked up. So now I'm brainstorming leads to fix this, or to learn more information. So ideas. Let's eat some fries while I think about it. Let's say instrument code to show when start awake other events are called. But I have a feeling, I don't like this, that it's all happening before awake gets called. So I don't know if this is going to give me any insight, because I think it's just a black box. Another idea. Delete a bunch of geometry to just see if the geometry is the issue. Another idea. If geometry is the issue, try combining geos into larger geos. I don't think this is it. I don't think that's the way to go. Experiment with different priorities in the scene load. That's another one I've got low faith in that would do anything, because every time I've messed with that value, it seems like Unity just load everything in the scene exactly the same way. Exactly the same. What else? Search for similar problems. I'm not saying Google. That's usually the verb people would use, but I'm kind of being a bit of a rebel and using my own internet search preferences instead of the mainstream one. Wow, such a rebel. But DuckDuckGo is a horrible verb. Yeah, I'm going to DuckDuckGo it. So I guess search. But here's the problem with game development. Most of the people doing it aren't rigorous. So if you write a question in a rigorous way, that's very clear, using the correct terms, you're unlikely to find the answer. So if I write out something like pre-awake execution on scene load, nothing will come up, or the wrong stuff will come up. If I write it in the kind of like visceral experience way that junior developers do, be like, my scene takes forever to load. They've done no narrowing of the problems or causes. So every stupid reason for the scene taking a long time to load will be explored in 10,000 threads, and there's no way to narrow it down to the problem that's really more specific to your situation. These fries are not good. I'm going to eat one more. I'm going to bank the rest of this food, which probably will be pretty good. But the fries aren't that good. Alright, what else? Need some more leads. All of these leads so far are bad. They're like just really unlikely to give me any new information. Disable code. Where would I disable the code if I did it? I'll just leave that for now. Profiler? Is that something I ever use? Do I know how to get information out of it? Is it actually available with my personal version of Unity? Oh, stupid preview package. I thought I fixed that. What's the preview package? Yeah. I don't know why it popped back in. I'm going to remove it again. Okay, what else? It just doesn't satisfy me that the explanation would be there's just a bunch of game objects in here. but okay, disable code, disable game objects. This is an easy one at least to test. If I just go through all the game objects in the scene and set the active flag toggle thing to not be there. Let's try that. Also, that does disable the code. Yes. Disable that. Okay. Let's do another test. So this is at least an easy test to run. I don't have to think that hard about whether I want to try it. I'm going to try it right now. It was fast. It was fast. It was 1 second. It said no cameras rendering, and it finished loading. Okay. So let's start enabling things one at a time. Here we go again. Okay, that's like 1 or 2 seconds. Okay. So I guess so far it is something to do with that. Now let's see, add the booter, add main, add editor. I'm trying to add just enough that it is that all the code involved can find the objects it needs. Let's add the level back in, but not everything in it. Lighting is an interesting one. Let's turn off the lighting. Okay. All these guys are disabled. Okay. There we go. Reset. Play. Start. Okay, that's fast. Okay, there's the landscape is this giant thing. And that's of interest. Okay, so I'll try that. I'm not going to do the stopwatch on it, I'm just going to try it. I'll know if it's close to the same. So it's a relief that all my code in here is not responsive. Okay, fast. Okay. Let's get the lights back in. That's the next thing. Because lights add a little bit. Also, I'll be able to start seeing things as I expect them to be seen. Be easier for me to compare and see if there's some kind of issue. Okay, that's fast. Okay. So, what if I do everything except the egg pop walls? Feels like there's some I need. Let's see if I can find them. I think they would have been some of the ones at the very beginning, so let's try that. Nope. I mean, there are quite a few of these, but they're just simple cuboids. Each one is just a cuboid. Potentially the script I've got for the egg pop wall is contributing a lot of CPU. That would be wonderful if that was the cause, because then I can do something clever with deferring it. Maybe I can. Anyways, you know what? I don't really need to find those middle ones. I can just run the test and see how fast it loads. Okay, but here they are. Okay, just knowing to myself around 54. Okay, here we go. Hit play. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 seconds. What's different? So I'm just looking at these guys. You've got your pop wall discovery. Okay. I'll turn up some of them, and if it really is these walls, then I should get a time somewhere in between 5 seconds and 48 seconds. So maybe like 20 seconds or 30 seconds or something like that. Because it seems like I did do about half of them. A little more than half. So I'm thinking 30 plus seconds. And this one I will reset and start. Okay, 15 seconds there. Stop. So it could either be Unity loading in the meshes, in which case I'm at a bit of a loss. Because in that case, I like, what can I do? Unity, you're just fucking slow at loading in geometry. Stop your ranting, Eric. Stop the rant. Stop the rant. Or it could be my script that's executing. I'm always hoping it's my stuff. I'm always hoping it's my mistake that I made and not, what is that? It's like a junk object. Is that anything? Yeah, let's delete that, I guess. And not something in a black box by a third party. I do not want a problem to be there. Never do I want it to be there. I want it to be my fault. I want problems to be my fault, because then I can fix them. That's the beauty of it. So, egg pop wall. If I take the pop wall discovery script, see, this removed the Pro Builder stuff there. Does need to have a collider. That is something that has to be there. Okay. Take the pop wall discovery script. I could disable it on all of them. That is the easiest way to test it out. Egg, pop, wall. Bam. For all those. So every wall here has got a little script on it. I didn't think it was doing much work, but I need to rule out causes. Let's see, start or reset. Start. I think add maybe 3 seconds to whatever time it comes up with. Oh, this isn't good. I disabled the one script I added to this thing. No, it's gonna do 48 seconds again. Okay, damn it, damn it, damn it. So it would have been great if it was this script, because that would have been my fault, you know? What if it's the colliders? That I might be able to do something with. Let's try it. I feel like this is going to be 48 seconds again. Is it my lighting? Yeah, it was 48 seconds and change. Turn the colliders back on. They are actually used for something. So what changed? Oh, this mesh renderer stuff. Okay, what if I just did that? Then how long does it take to load? Okay, so that fails to speed things up. So I had briefly considered maybe there's some settings in here I could fool with, and like maybe it's confused about the lighting or something like that. But if I just disable the mesh renderer, then presumably no code in here will run at all. And even in that case, it wasn't faster. So I don't see any reason to tweak with these settings. am noticing it says ignore depth scan on the wall. Let me take a look at pop wall discovery. If I don't need those colliders, I would prefer to remove them just for some tiny amount of efficiency and loading somewhere. Okay, pop wall adder. I did see a layer that said ignore depth scan, and that might mean I can get rid of the colliders. Yeah, so it says get CRHs in cuboid. The problem is it needs bounds, I believe. I think it uses bounds, and the bounds would depend on the collider being present. Where is min CRH and max CRH coming from? Pop wall adder. Yep, it uses bounds. Bounds. Wait, does bounds need a collider to work? Got the renderer. Renderer's got all the mesh information. Unity does bounds use collider? Let's look at Unity mesh renderer bounds. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. I guess I can try removing the collider. Or I can ignore depth scan. Can do undo if I need to. Alright, let's see if it still works. See if it runs any faster. It probably won't. Got no reason to think it would. Dang it. Not doing a good timing here. Feels like 48 seconds again.
Could there be spires and towers? Your
Alright. I need to put the colliders back because they're involved in the camera position checking. So let's see if I can just undo this. Edit, undo selection change. There we go. Edit, undo, remove mesh collider. That's pretty good. Put it back to how it was. Pretty fast there. So let me go through all the stuff I've done. I know that the delay is a function of all these scene objects. If I disable at the top level all of those scene objects, it'll start fast. If I enable all the scene objects and disable the mesh renderer, it's slow, just like before. Mesh collider. Either turning this off or removing it does not improve the load time. Pop wall discovery, my great hope. Disabling it did not speed up things. But you know what? Because I'm kind of running out of ideas, I'm going to try one more thing with pop wall discovery. Okay, let me go into here. Where is it? Pop wall discovery. Just say return. No, that'll cause errors, but I don't care. Is there any other stuff in here that might run? No, this is only on editor stuff. Inside the editor. Okay. Then let's try it one more time. It's a long shot, but oh, yes.
Could there be spies?
Good. It's my fault. It's my code that is not doing things correctly. Wow. Oh, that's great. I'm gonna run that one more time. Eight seconds. Okay.
Could there be spies?
Okay. Now I'm getting somewhere. Now I'm getting somewhere. So something in here when it's run like 100 times, or how many times am I running this? Oh, come on. How many game objects have got this script on? If I select a number, does it give me a count? Looking for some kind of count of objects. Well, I can get it from roughly from this number here. So the highest I've seen so far is 116, 194. go into 200s. Okay, so there's just these ones are not the ones causing an issue. So there's just under 200 objects that are running the script. And looking at the script and thinking what's unique about it compared to other discovery scripts I have, I think it's this bounds stuff. I think it's the bounds. I can test that. Okay, I mean, I think it's not this code or this code. I think it's this line. So I just need to create like a bounds object without. Let's see, maybe it'll give me a constructor. Let me put something reasonable inside of it. Vector 3 center, vector 3 size. So why don't we do this? We'll do transform position. One F. 1F, 1F. Okay. Just see if we still are fast. If we are fast, then I got an idea to fix this. Okay. That was fast. That was fast. So I'm narrowing this down. So here's the thing. I can take some of this information that is found at edit time, store it in the game object at edit time, and I don't have to get it again at runtime. I don't have to. And then it'll be fast again. It'll be fast. So this is garbage. Let's put this back. I mean, there's the get component call, which maybe that takes a little bit of time. Then there's the bounds. Let me try this simpler. Well, no. Okay, the renderer, I cannot persist that. It's going to be the bounds. So also what I can do all of this out to min CRH, max CRH, store these in the object at edit time, min CRH, max CRH. And then I'll just pick them up right from the object. I'm watching too much Lemmy. I'm like doing accents, a little lilt in my voice. Right from the object. Okay. Let's just make another little function here. Let's say find min max CRH. Kind of like going like this. We'll pass in transform. We will out min CRH. one little typo and writer's in a real hurry to interpret it as something ambitious. Okay, so I'm going to take this. Put this here. And what is your complaint? What is your complaint? Oh, yeah, sure. No problem. No problem. Okay. And similarly, we're going to do that. That. I don't need to add this. What? 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 Oh, these are CRHs. Okay. So that encapsulates that. But I do need these to be set from the editor. And then let's just say okay, you got the apply there. Okay, so here we'll say let's set these to invalid. Okay. In here, I will just make like a little fail-safe. We'll say if min CRH equals CRH invalid or max. Do I want to recover from it, or do I want to fail in a very blatant way? I think I want to fail. Debug log error. Min max CRH not stored for pop-up for pop wall. But I'm thinking of one other case, which is there's a smattering of other levels that have got this. Let's make this log exception, and I can also pass the game object, and that'll light it up for me a little bit. What? Oh, I think I can also pass as contacts with log error. Is that true? I can. Good. Okay. Okay, so I will make it recover, but it'll also put that really ugly error there, and I'll probably see it. But if I miss one of these in a different level, it'll recover gracefully. Okay, on validate. also going to change this to be bool. No, I don't want to be bool. All right. I know what it's complaining about there. Let's just invert that a little bit nicer. Okay, this is all editor. Okay. So if we save that, come back over here. Okay. What is your complaint? I mean, I do kind of like that you tried to run it, even though I didn't actually do it on anything different in the validation. Okay. What's the call stack on this? Yeah. Okay, just... Alright, I'm gonna have to step through it. It's gonna be this world offset stuff. Okay. World offset's gonna be no. So let's just make sure the pop wall adder we've got at not there in the pop wall discovery. Okay. Okay, I just need one of these to set the one of these needs to set the world offset. Better way to do that is let's go to the preprocessor and see what it's doing. See how this works. I think it, as a side effect, it stores the offset. Find world offset. Return bounds to world offsets. Bounds. Okay. Is there like a static thing set? No. Bounds, find level bounds. Return bounds to world offset. See, these are static. So I know there's no side effects to them unless it's another static variable. But the only static variable I know about in this class is here. So back to level preprocessor. Is there something like CRH util set world bounds? Set world offset. There we go. Okay. And we could say if get world offset is null, okay. Let's try that. The world offset is the information used to convert X, Y, Z in scene space to the logical coordinate system that my game uses. Okay, and all of a sudden, all these are set because on validate works that way. It just somehow just runs one time in the editor. Not my favorite behavior, but okay. See, all these are set. Okay, and this is work that does not have to be done at scene load time. Okay, so let's try it out, see how it works. Boom. Save. Reset. Start. Still doing something time consuming. I tend to think my logic is not right if it's doing all this work. So it's probably going to go to 48 again. It looks like it's doing the original bound checking, which is not what I want. I just want to grab those stored properties of the game objects for the pop balls. Yeah, so that's the old slow behavior. See, min-max CRH not stored for pop ball discovery. So it said that for everything. So if either of these is invalid, it's going to do that. And yet, I thought these were all set. What is the lower equals? Okay, these guys. Yeah. That is not equal to. If min CRH is invalid, or max is, I would not expect either of those to be set that way. Is there like another Variable defined somewhere? No. All of these are set. Okay, so you tell me, what is it? See, that's not invalid. That's not invalid. Okay, now you seem okay. Just put that there and I'll see if I get anything popping in there. No. Oh, now suddenly it is here. Okay. Maybe some of them are set and others aren't. Yeah, let's see how many we got. Okay, 193, I'm gonna remember that number. 192, 191, 190. Might be a life cycle thing, like crate might be called before these objects have been deserialized, and it begins like with this number. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to let it run through. So it looks like now they're all like all -1, etc., or -999, which is the invalid constant. I'll let it run through, and I'm going to go check 188. I'll check 188. I was saying 193 before, but okay, 188. Okay, it'll take like 40 seconds or so. Oh, CRH is serializable, so I would expect it.
Could there be spires and towers? You'll climb that.
Get that song stuck in my head if I'm not careful. It's a good song. Joseph sings it wonderfully, but I don't want to hear it again while I'm debugging this. Okay. General. Scene. Kind of wondering, why aren't those CRH values coming in deserialized? Must be something I don't really understand about how Unity works. Okay, so the hierarchy, let's see. Now that you've loaded in all the way, the question is 188. Are you going to now have CRH files? You are. Okay, I bet you this is a life cycle thing. I bet you it's life cycle. Part of my problem is that whatever changes I make, they have to be small. Not small, safe. Safe. Because this is the last 24 days before release. So I'm just thinking about and rejecting ideas. One I just rejected was move to a different life cycle event for loading the level. But that's potentially going to create some other bug that's hard to fix. So maybe it's like the deserialized values aren't set until the start method's called on each of the scene objects, but the main scene object, which is in charge of kind of putting together the logical data structures, is querying those objects in its own start method, and they have not yet been fully deserialized. Unity lifecycle events. Let's just go through these. They usually don't have enough information. Don't want visual scripting for me to figure out what the fuck is, whatever it is I'm trying to learn, you know. But okay, awake on enable. Reset, start. So it's like not enough information here. I would bet that once the start method of the pop wall is called, that it's deserialized all the properties. Okay, let me just look. Maybe it's got more info here. More information. Okay, let's read this. Called just before the object's first frame update. Okay, that sounds promising. A good general education for me on the life cycle events. What if I took the initializers off? Because maybe the initializers are setting some values that are setting these invalid values before I'm actually all right. Let me just see what this does. One trouble is it changes to 0, 0, 0 default. I'll call this default. Okay. I know another problem with this, but I just want to see. I want to see if that initialization there is actually causing a problem. Okay, clear and play. Some problems there. Okay, so that one, it didn't. I think like it didn't have the right values. There's also something. When I hit play, it's going to run some code in the editor. And that's probably where I'm seeing the CRHs set correctly, when it runs first in the editor. Then it runs in play mode. And suddenly it fails. I mean, this probably is the condition in play mode. Let's put this back. Okay, so I tried that. And it was a failure. Other options. I can store it in pre-proc. I can totally do that. If I do that, then I've got to run this on all the levels to update the pre-proc data structure. So I've got this little file that I can read in that has information about the level. Okay, but as a test, I would like to know if by the time we get to start, if it deserializes at that point. And let's see. Let's also just it's starting to get tough. Okay, return null, which will crash something, but I just need to know. I need to know what it looks like in start. So just do debug log in start min CRH equals plus min CRH plus bam bam plus max CRH equals plus max CRH. Okay. And this stuff I don't need. Just want to know if it's start time, if it's got it. So in create. Okay. Just run that. See what it does. Okay, in start, it's not deserialized. Okay, let me check and see if the structure is marked as serializable. Should be. Really should be. Maybe it's something about it being a struct. Okay. So this is good to know. It's not so much the life cycle. Because, oh, wait a minute though. No, it's not the life cycle. I can also do this. I can put this code back in. I can comment this out. And when I start it up, my theory is that they're all going to be invalid. Because this is the thing that was correcting the invalid to something correct. Okay. So if that's the case, then we're starting with all these guys. They've got all those numbers there. But when I hit play, let's turn off the maximize and just hit play. My theory is that when we get to playtime, I'll go in and look at those objects and they'll have this, the invalid values. Okay. Okay, that's good to know. Now it's pointing me towards you don't have a type of variable in the property that Unity likes. Maybe it's that it's a struct, although vector 3s are structs, so I don't understand why I would balk on that. But we could do let's just do public int min c min r min h max c max r max h. And I'd be very surprised if it doesn't retain these values. We'll say find them. Not in create. So here's where we go. Min CRH C equals min C RH R equals min R min CRH H equals min H. Oops. Okay, let's just take this and put it down here. Comment this out for now, because I expect it to always be invalid at this point. Then in the validate, I have to go the opposite direction and say min C equals min CRH. C min R equals min CRH R min H equals min CRH H. It's kind of dumb, but I'm just trying to do this for a quick test, and then I'll clean it up into something nicer. All right, so when we do an onValidate, we will set these public properties based on the calculations we found on the bounds. These will be stored as ints, and god damn it, these have to be serializable. Why would they not be? It's just ridiculous. I don't know why these aren't. They're just a struct. It might be structs. Unity doesn't like structs. But again, some of its core data types that I've used as properties are structs. So it's a bit of a mystery. But if it works, I'm going to be able to hack my way through it. Be a little bit ugly. I will have a solution. Didn't like that. So these are all set. Something else going on that I don't understand. Those are set. Maybe I messed up my logic somewhere. All these are set. What am I missing? So here in the update, these are they all get set. This is editor code. It will run only if the application is not plain. So apply equals true. this code create, that gets called inside of the start method. But when it gets to here, all these should be set. I didn't even put default values here. Yeah, it says serializable, serializable, serializable. This is a fucking mystery to me. There's other values. Player can change as true, start up. These are starting down. And those values have been set correctly. Is it a prefab thing? Is it a prefab thing? Because if it were a prefab thing, I know how to fix that. Just try unpacking the pop walls. There have been so many problems that have just been due to it being a prefab. So just unpack them so they lose their connection with the prefab. Oh, it might be something where I have to go into the prefab and save the prefab, but that would be another way of maybe resolving it. But let me just go through and make sure. Okay. So all those have been set now to be not prefabs. So if I hit play, this gets called twice, once in the editor, once in the player. So I can't set a breakpoint efficiently. I have to wait for it to play. Reload. This kind of looks bad, like maybe a crash. I don't know if... Okay. So that completed. It was something about the prefab. My new issue is, it seemed like it took a long time there. Maybe because I did put that breakpoint in the debugger for a second. Nah, I don't think that's it. Okay, let's make sure that I can still do like pop-up walls and stuff. Yeah, there we go. Run off this way until I hit a wall. There we go. Okay, so everything's working. Removing the prefab link was key to having the changes deserialized correctly, but I suspect that wouldn't have been necessary if I would have gone and resaved the prefab. That was probably the cause of that problem. Get rid of these. They're no longer, they weren't the issue. And they look gross. I'll put this code back in. Get rid of that. Okay. What's all this about? Ooh, is there any extra code? No, okay. Sometimes I delete these usings and then there's a conditional compilation underneath that they were depending upon, or the conditional compilation was depending on the import. That was not the case. All right, save that. Come back to here. Clear that. Hit play. Now I'm back to 48 seconds again, even though it's using this new code to skip past that expensive call. Hey, Cicada. Back to 48 seconds again. I'm debugging the performance issue, loading the level. There are a number of game objects here. Not so many as far as the amount of geometry and mesh stuff. It's not a lot. But there's a script that runs in each one of these 200 or so instances of this guy, and the part that seemed to have been expensive, I did have it going slow or fast based on whether I commented out this, and I was pretty certain based on my testing. No, I'm not. I was pretty certain based on my testing that it was this call. And I had it going fast, and there was some other problem where the values that I had stored at edit time inside of these properties were not deserializing. So I would come in, and so I'd done all this kind of expensive work and put it inside of these variables, and then I ran into a problem where these were not deserializing when the object was instanced, or even when it got to the start method. And I fixed that problem by unpacking all the prefabs. But after I unpacked all the prefabs, my fast load time went away, and it's back to the old way, the old 48-second delay. Yeah, it's weird though, because it seems like, wow, okay. So I never use it. I'm not very familiar with it. So it's going to be real kind of 101 learning time for me if I go into that. I kind of want to put it back to the prefab link because I have another potential way of fixing that. That deserialization problem. Okay, so edit, undo, unpack prefab instance. Okay, put it back. There we go. So I did turn off autosave on prefabs, and that might be the reason why it's having issues. Not certain about it. I'm sure you're right. It's just I want to follow my track a little bit. Egg, pop out, open the prefab. Okay, and then okay. Token change. Click save. And now I'll go back to the scene and I'll see if it's still failing to deserialize when I hit play, and also if it's still slow. If it goes back to being fast and it deserializes, I'm done. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Looks like it's still slow. I gotta follow one line of reasoning first before I can switch away to another one. Okay, so it's still slow, but I do want to know if it deserializes correctly. Okay, it's now deserializing correctly, but it's slow. So the first thing I did to fix it, somehow that fix stopped working and it got slow again. Let me check the console. Yeah. All right. Just let me clean up my thoughts here, then I will try the profiler. Okay, so on validate, we're saying if the application is not in play mode, then we may do this work here. Good. The find min max CRH is the thing that is like the hit, but this should be done in edit time. You put lime instead of fruit in your smoothie. I mean, it could still work out. Might be pretty bitter. You might have to add a lot of sugar or something to make it good again. All right, offset. Okay, all this is the work code. This is the stuff that has a lot to do. This did not output to console, so it didn't do this work again. But when we run the profiler, I think it's one of those things where it tells you which functions it spent a lot of time in. It's probably going to say this one. Might be this one. Oh, it could be this one. Hold on. Let's just do that. See what that does. I know I'm doing like the kind of caveman version of the profiler. Boom. Okay. Yeah, I know. Okay, hold on. Is it still? Okay, so that did not speed up. We're going to do the profiler right after this, unless there's some insight that comes through this, and I don't see any insight from this particular test. But before I do that, I want to change my code back. Okay, so that was the 40-something seconds. Okay, save that. So you're saying, like, hit pause as soon as when? Like right after I hit play? But how do I know? Because the thing I'm waiting for at the beginning is for, well, it's before the first frame. All of this is before the first frame. It's a lot of CPU before the first frame. So if I hit pause right after, okay. Okay, so it's going to do the load. And then I will just wait. As soon as the spinner goes away, I'll have a pointer and then I'll hit pause. And that will probably be like in the first 20 frames or so, if I'm sort of fast. On a Mac though? All right, paused. Let's see. I like to find things from menu. If I don't use it that often, I find it through the menu. Where is it in the menus? File. I never use this. I have no idea what it is or how to use it. Windows. Analysis. Profiler. Alright, here's a profiler. Timeline. Also says no frame data available. Well, it seems like it should have gotten some frames at this point though, because I wasn't able to like instantly hit pause. There was like a tiny little bit of movement there. So I think we are some frames in. Try again when I have. Okay, I gotcha. Sure. When you say it open, you mean the profiler? Oh yeah, there's also this button here, record profiling information. Okay. So I could, okay, let's stop that. No, unpause it. Okay. So what if I mean, this kind of makes sense to me. I hit record, and if I hit record here first and then I hit play, I'm gonna try that. Is it recording? Oh yeah, okay. Okay, here we go. And then as soon as I see information pop up in here, then hit pause up there is my working idea. Yeah, you said like 300 frames, so. So like the game was going, but oh, here we go. Okay, so I guess hierarchy is there. I mean, it seems like if this is time, then the place to where I would see anything is off over here. So I mean, doesn't it stand to reason if I had this recording the whole time, then here would be the stuff that happens before start. Well, I mean, what good is a profiler if it can't deal with lag? That's the whole thing you would bring it out to use it for. It's like, why is my app slow? Oh, sorry, your app is too slow for us to profile. Frame history count. Let's see, do we have like something that says like what frame number it is over here? I'm looking for a frame number. Top leftish. Oh yeah, frame 6. Oh yeah, okay, cool. Okay, that's good. That's good because that's telling me we didn't get frame 0. We started too late. I mean, if I had just clicked that pause button faster, maybe it would have captured frame 0, maybe. But you're saying you can make this capture further out. I'm looking for the setting for that. Okay, let's try that. Clear. Okay, so hit pause there. Hit play there. I mean, that's the worst insult. That's like you hire someone to clean your house, and you know some lady comes out. She says, "Sorry, your house is too dirty for me to clean." You hire somebody to fix your roof, and they say, "Sorry, the holes in your roof are too big for me to fix." Sorry, this car is not actually a car. I can't fix it. Okay. What, this one? Oh, that's what that does. Okay. Step 1. Oh, that's cool. I gotta admit, that's cool. That's really cool. Okay, and now, where are we? We're on frame 1 of 1. Okay, now how to interpret this? Yeah, because maybe that's like on frame 0. All that stuff is, or frame -1. Yeah. So it's this code that runs before the first frame, actually on start. It runs on the start life cycle, which happens before the first frame. Okay. All right. So I do think this is, what's the insert point exactly? What do you mean by insert point? Runtime initialize on load method. Okay, but you say what's the insert point? You mean like the thing which initiates the code that I suspect is, yeah, it is the start method of a game object in the scene. I call main object, that's responsible for running general initialization. And then it goes and says, for all of the objects in the scene, okay? All the objects in the scene that have a certain tag, let's initialize them. That runs this little create code thing. Start runs 1 frame after awake. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'm learning a little bit. Let's see. Frame 2. 16 milliseconds. Okay, I'll do one more. Okay, so we got 3 frames. Except I don't know. So now I'm just clicking around here to try to get to 1 frame or another. It doesn't have the same selections it did before. So what's this frame? Well, we're on frame 1 of 3. Let's see. Next frame 2. This is the amount of time it spent processing it, so that would be not it. 3. See this chart up here. Okay. Thing is, it's not drawing anything on the chart. Player loop. hierarchy. Okay. So here's the amount of time it spent there on that frame. 9.75 milliseconds. Okay. So that's fine. 3 milliseconds, 4 milliseconds. So the way I read it, the code executed before frame 1. And I was just looking at documentation on the start method. And it contradicted something you said. It contradicted, so at minimum it's going to be frame 2. Unity docs say the start method is called just before the very first frame is rendered. Yeah. That was my next plan. Okay. Because the crazy thing is, I did comment this stuff out before and it went, oh, super fast, super fast. So let me just try it again. And this time I'll just comment out all the stuff that is called and create. Now, if it's still really slow, then I'll go up a level. I'll go into the start method and comment out there. But I had some success in here before. Let's see, just to make sure none of this shit is going on. I'm gonna comment out this. Oh, I did think of one thing that might be causing it. Yeah, that would cause architectural issues, I guess. I'd have to rework a bunch of stuff. Okay, unpause that, and then just let's start over. New test. Play. Okay. Oh, compiler errors, huh? No problem. I understand. Turn, no. Okay, then now it's fast again. It is fast there. It started fast. Yeah, I know about the garbage collection. The only issue with that is that I learned about it about 6 months in to the project after I generated a lot of code. And it would be non-trivial to go and fix all those data structures. As soon as I knew about garbage collection, as soon as I knew about the penalties of garbage collection, after that my practices were all avoiding new allocs and then using structs instead of classes and all that. But there should have been a fucking warning when you hit the compiler. Like an error message should come up. Yeah. Okay, so this ran fast, and it did make me think, maybe, because this does happen to me, this apply thing is getting run in the update. Let me just do one more thing here. This will compile out too, so I'm not worried too much about an extra check here. When you say enter the scene, you mean like bring up the scene, the scene view inside the editor? So update and if not apply, or we aren't actually, or if the application is playing, skip all this stuff below. Enable the object a second later so it gets recorded properly. Thinking about that. That probably would work. It might throw some other bugs at me to fix to make that work. So I might end up having to write some scaffolding of sorts. I did just get a pretty nice lead here though. So I'm not going to hassle with the profiler right yet. Okay, it went fast again. Okay. I might have gotten this licked though, Cicada. I might have it. I might have it in hand right now. That's the thing. That's why I'm reluctant to try that. Okay. My theory is that this value is getting set to true for some reason, and that's causing this code to execute in the game play mode. I'll know in a second if that is a valid hypothesis. I'm waiting for the Unity build. Unity build, Unity build. Are you done? Okay, there we go. Clear. Apply. Here we go. Oh yeah, it went slow again. So I enabled some code, it went slow again. So that means my hypothesis was incorrect. Just get back to fast again. Turn null. Okay, and that was fast. Okay. So I'm either closing in on it or there's like some kind of intermittent extra state somewhere that's giving me different results on my tests. If it is an intermittent state thing, Profiler is going to have the same sort of trouble. Okay. has not been showing this error message in the console. This is like sort of the safety. Let me take this out though, just in case. Okay, that's slow. It went slow. Like, I wish I could just kind of stop it quickly when it was doing this. But I have to wait for it to finish. Okay. So if all this is commented out, it goes fast. Let's do one more thing. Do that one. So that would just leave this application as playing check and this new allocation there. That's slow. Now I'm wondering about, it's narrowing down to one of two things. This other line of code that I've got left, it might be doing a lot of work, I don't know. Or intermittent state nonsense. So I suppose it could also be code that receives the result from that function that's still running. That was fast. That was fast. What did I just change? This code here. Okay. Now I'm just going to run this test again just to verify that this line in or out is where it's narrowed to. Okay, it remained fast. Okay, so then let's take a look at popwall adder. It probably has got nothing interesting in it. It's probably the loop underneath it that this thing gets returned to. Yeah, this is a pretty basic constructor. Set in some variables. Let's look through any static or initializers. It's not going to be the constructor that's causing the slowness. Okay, but I am wanting to try the profile one more time with your idea, because it's no longer like cut and dry solution inside of that one class here. It's very likely going to be the code that operates on this, that called this function, that is where it is, and there's a lot of stuff there. So maybe I'm better off to use the profiler for that if I can get it to work. So we can do, I think what you said. One thing I'm not sure about, if I disable my main object and I start it up and then I enable the main object, will the start life cycle event fire at that point? I think it will. Okay, I'll try it. I will try it. Okay, so we'll turn this guy off, and we'll get the profiler up. Apple Command 7. Okay, that's up and running. Hit play. Don't worry about pausing it until after main is enabled. Okay, that's good. That's good. So as soon as I enable this, theory is there'll be that big long delay again, and I'll hit pause. I'll hit pause if I see something that looks like that. Yeah, there we go. The trouble might be that it's too slow to profile. Because I click this button and then I rush over to hit pause, but at that point, like, it's all CPU locked. My clothes smell bad. The laundromat won't take them. Okay, I hit pause. Can I learn anything from this? Oh, there's a spike over here. It's a nice little spike. Let's see. Player loop. Alright, so I'm looking for the frame where the time inside of it is just ridiculous. So we'll try, I guess, hunting around this way. Go back the other way. Thanks, Unity. Thanks for all your helpful tools. Thanks for making a beautiful black box I can't see inside and providing a tool that is unhelpful in examining it. Thanks, Unity. Okay, increase the capture window. Okay. We've got 1,044 frames here. There's a spike over here. That's the thing I'm kind of confused about. It seems like I've got a spike, but how to select? Maybe it's a little spike compared to the one I actually want. Oh, here we go. This is it. This is it. 48 milliseconds. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Or 48 seconds. And by the way, by the way, it's reliable, this 48 seconds. I timed it. It's 48 seconds, 48 seconds, 48 seconds. I see that number there. It can't be anything else. Cannot be anything else. Okay. So now we're just going to see like where is all this time being spent. So just thinking hierarchically, it's starting out here. This is saying that inside of here we've got stuff that's taking a lot of time. Okay, and I imagine I gotta drill down. Okay, main object start. Yep, it's start. Okay. Some of these are gonna be bigger. Well, it puts the. What are you laughing your ass off about? Yeah, I know. I told you the story. I mean, there's this old adage, don't optimize prematurely. And it's a useless adage. It's useless because it's tautology. Of course, prematurely, yeah, don't do it prematurely. But if it's something that you really ought to do up front, then it's no longer premature. So it's just tautology. It's like, it has no practical side to it other than think about when the right time is to optimize. So, yeah. Oh, I owe somebody a punch in the face for that one. Yeah. It's going off the broadcast area. Definitely. Okay, there we go. So now I'm looking at this and total column and total time. Total time. Well, I see time milliseconds. I see total there. I don't see total time. Yeah, I mean, you're telling me that. I'm trying to interpret what I'm seeing here, like teaching a man to fish and all that. So the thing that confuses me is, okay, this says the time inside of start is 48 seconds. Then I look underneath, and there's no giant 48 second thing. There's a bunch of other things that are called. And they don't total up to 48 seconds. Oh, shit. The deep profiling. This is just the shallow shit. Wait a minute. Can I do show calls? At the top. Yeah, deep profile right here. Does that mean I need to do another record? Another capture of it? No! It was work to get to this point. Okay. It's from all scripting method calls to investigate scripts. Cool. Let's do it. Hey, like, does it even make sense to reload the script? Shouldn't I just be starting over? I don't get that. Reload the scripts. Alright. It sounds like a mistake to me, but... Okay, so I'm gonna have to run this again, right? So let's... I think it's ready to go. And then we'll hit unpause, and then I'll hit unplay. This is disabled. I'm gonna hit play again. I'm gonna do exactly what I did last time. It seemed to work. Okay. Okay, hit the pause. My computer is it's using disk, making all kinds of fan noises and stuff. It's like a SSD. Yeah. I kind of don't like that because it is a solid state drive on this iMac that I bought. So I would have thought the paging would all happen on the SSD. Well, there isn't even like a physical drive on the machine. Yeah, no, it's pure SSD. So it's weird. What? Oh! What's the thing that's making the fan noise? Is it my little cartridge drive? CPU, all that deep profiling stuff. Well, I bought the maximum amount of memory for this machine that I could. I would laugh the same laugh that I'll laugh at the end of the world. No, but let me think about some plan Bs. One way I could fix this is just make the exterior walls not pop-up walls, and then it wouldn't have to run all those scripts on each and every one of them. I was actually considering doing that anyways because people seem to be irritated by running into the pop-up walls at the perimeter. It's kind of a sour grapes way of coming to that idea, though. It's like, I didn't like those pop-up walls anyways. So just get rid of them, make them regular walls so that script that causes trouble doesn't have to run. Okay, well, so now we have control again, I think? No? Still doing some stuff. I did click the pause button up there a long time ago. Does it have to be 8:36? I feel my time slipping away. Well, like I said, if I knew at the beginning, I wouldn't have done all the new class instance stuff. Yeah, I don't know about this deep profiler thing. I don't think it's gonna make it. Here's the structure of it. There's scene objects in the scene, and the main start code initializes the logical data structures used by the game by going and checking for all the scene objects that have certain components or tags on them. Tell me what information I need, Mr. Scene Object, to put into the logical data structures. So it does that. Like these kind of tags. Another early design decision which I regretted. Yeah, it's like I might as well have just used components and just said find all objects with a component, or if those aren't performant, use my own registry system. Okay, now we got something. But again, like when you start out with Unity, even if you've programmed all kinds of shit, there's like a whole bunch of things to do right if you can. And if where is the chart and all that? Yeah. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Oh, you're still pause. We're still spinny. System is running on memory. Okay, I gotta force quit this. It's gonna crash the system. Okay, I must force quit. Okay. All right. You know what? I mean, you want to go pour gasoline on a forest fire? What? All right. Let's get this back up. Hopefully, it's not in some kind of weird state. Yeah, but No, there'd be so many places to look, though. I mean, there'd be so many places. And I don't have a chance at, like, rewriting all the little things. That's the issue with that line. It's not all the levels that are like this. The levels generally load up pretty fast. In the egg has got, 200 objects. Yeah, I can do that. Okay, let me just check. That looks fine. Yeah, it didn't fare so well. It probably is already off. Yeah, it's off because it didn't do a proper exit. I'm gonna turn that off for now. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Restarted the editor. Let's get that sized right. Okay. Okay. You may not like this, but I've got a very simple fix. I mean, it's what I was talking about earlier. So there is like one little place where there's a little bit of a secret. Spoilers if anybody's watching. I can keep the pop-up walls on these little steps here. Make everything else not a pop-up wall, and I'm pretty sure it's gonna start up fast. Just change these, and then I would actually kill two birds with one stone. One is like people kind of don't like walking around hating those walls. Okay, let's rename these a little bit. 2, I'll get acceptable load performance. And I will know that there are inefficiencies in the level loading code, but that's like late in the release. I don't want to dig deep into solutions like that. Stairs. Yeah, we'll still have like this little secret here that's a little bit hard to find, a little bit hard to figure out. But yeah, have you ever seen The Simpsons and Sideshow Bob walks around in a lawn that's full of rakes and he just like continuously steps on a rake and it smacks him in the head? That's kind of what these pop-up walls are like. Alright, I'll leave that one as normal. Then the other ones I gotta get are over here. These have to remain pop-up walls. So we'll call these portal pop wall. It's kind of weird. It's like a my computer like gradually calms down. It doesn't like, the fan doesn't like turn off and just stop. It's more like someone who went for a hard run and then is just recovering their breath. Alright, this is going to be a little tedious. It's going to do all these. Once I've got these renamed, it'll allow me to easily select all the ones that are not intended to be pop-up walls, and I can just set them all at one time to be regular walls. Yeah, the stuff with I mean, I think there's another anti-pattern with Unity is just adding a bunch of code to lifecycle events instead of controlling it yourself with initialization. Yeah. For the most part, I figured that out early on. Just don't put all of your code inside the lifecycle events and expect it to work the way you want. Yep. The other thing that I would really like to do in an engine refactor in the next chapter is create some code, ordering, that's the big one, yeah. Create some code that takes the logical data structure that's persisted in like a level file that says like, okay, this game element will be at this column row height, and then just build the scene based on that. Because that would allow me to have a level editor that the players can use to make levels. I wouldn't send fans off to make levels in Unity editor with this stuff. It's just like way too... You gotta know a whole bunch of stuff about Unity to do it. Alright, this is kind of slow, but I'm 2/3 done. it would really be great to get this working tonight. I think I'll go up, right up to the wall, 10 p.m. if I have to. 10 p.m. is when my wife comes upstairs from her job and hangs out with me, and then I go to bed about an hour later. Goddamn. Sometimes you pick like the stupid simple way to do something and it takes long enough that you wish you'd maybe written a little bit of code to just do it. Like, write a little bit of code that says for all the game objects that are selected, look at their name and replace egg with portal. That probably would have taken me about the same amount of time. Egg pop wall. Yeah. But the wall of 10 p.m. is kind of like a pop-up wall. Because it always surprises me when it gets here. Okay. Oh. Cool. And over here, this next one. Oh, no, that one also needs a little help. I'm pretty sure I started in the top left corner, so I must be close to the end here. Okay. So if I click on this guy, is it going to be portal? Yeah. Okay. So then to check that I got them all, portal, pop, wall. I'm missing 2. I will get them though. Okay. One here. One here. Okay. Then to make sure that I didn't over rename. Nope. Just that part there. All right. Now, egg pop walls become walls. I won't worry about renaming them. Okay. So we'll say they start up. Well, basically just remove this script. I can just get away with just disabling it, changing the tag up here to untagged, and that'll make it so that the start loop doesn't query for those. Okay. And then I had to go and remove the collider. Oh no, collider's there. Good. Okay. Good. Good. Okay. That would have sucked if the colliders were still missing. Okay. Then run pre-process to get my depth scan and hit start and see what happens. Actually, I know there's some code in egg portal util. Find the pop wall. The depth scan is raycasting going straight down and straight up at each column and row to find the floors and the ceilings. and then saving those at edit time to a data file that's loaded in at runtime. And it allows me to not use any colliders for figuring out like what's an obstacle in the scene and stuff like that. I just use my logical data structures, and it's a lot faster. Okay, so pop wall. Anything in this code about pop wall I wanna know about. I think there is something about making all of them pop up at one point. Landscape drop. Yeah, there's some code that pops up all the pop walls. I'm trying to find it and just get rid of it. It's been a while since I looked through this. Hide lower egg walls, is that it? No, those are beneath the land, the landscape, or whatever that is. No. I could just hit play and some code somewhere will get upset, and I'll look at the error message and I'll just go right to it. Let's do that. Okay. Is this going to run fast? I predict it will. I predict less than 10-second load. We'll see. Yeah. Okay. Okay, then it's a question of what's broken.
You'll climb them for
Okay. I try not to get that song stuck in my head, much as I like it. Okay, so everything's up, which is just fine. Looks kind of neat. I like that. Gives the player more to look at when they're coming down. And they can look around, they can see they are enclosed. Okay. Okay, we've got exceptions that are happening. Okay, that pop wall thing is messed up. Okay, I just need to look at the errors and kind of fix the errors. Load problem fixed. Nothing telling me that this won't get to where I need it to go. Activate corners as needed. That's one thing. Let's go up to the earliest errors. That one's benign. I had predictive turned off on this. I think that's okay. Yeah, I had predictive turned off on purpose. Where is that at? Why did it revert? I said no predictions enabled. That's weird. This was off. This was off. What turned it on? Maybe me force quitting Unity. It's like, You force quit an app and then it's like almost any random thing can happen. Ugh. Do not like force quitting. Okay, so that was not representing very well problems with the new changes. That was some other random extra change that got thrown in. So, okay, it's maximizing on play, which is kind of annoying. Okay, there's already an error. Oh, the player's not moving. Okay, let's go see what errors we've got. Okay, let's check that out. Corner, pop wall piece. Activate corners as needed. If corner is activated and corner pop wall piece is up, I feel like it did not get this populated well. So let's check for that. Okay. New corner pop wall piece equals pop wall piece at this location is activated equals false. Okay. So I'll set my debugger to go in here and see if this is having trouble. Actually, let's make sure that we get to there. Okay, and the function that failed again was activate corners as needed. But I feel like probably like init did not get called. That's probably what happened. No, it played the song though, so it got to here. It got to here. It played the song. Okay, who's calling init? This shit here. Okay. That was the function I was looking for. Still got pop wall there. That's fine. Still got the script. Okay, let's go in from reset and just watch this code from here. Okay, let's go. Let's see. Let's debug. Oh, what? Oh. I did a restart, so I need to attach again. All right, try it again. Okay. portal corners. Let's see what the first one looks like. The pop wall piece is not there. So that's unexpected. I should have picked them up from the tag. So the thing that created the logical data structure, which I call a board, is saying give me all of the objects that have the pop wall tag, and then I will call create on all of them and add them in. Do I still have some code disabled there inside of egg discovery or pop wall discovery? Okay, no, so this code is all set right. It's going to return the pop wall adder. Huh, okay. So something bad happened before I got to here. Board loader load. Find and add pieces. Okay. I suppose I could check for logs up above in the console for that. My head's starting to fade. That's the other wall. The 10 p.m. wall or the head fade wall? Which one comes first? Boom. Create portal corners. This is not going to succeed. Hit play, go through this because you know it's failed at this point already. What I thought I had is maybe my coordinate system changed as a result of changing these? No. Well, oh. No, maybe. Ignore depth scan, I said on all the pop walls. It is true that these should be default and not ignore depth scan if I'm going to have them be proper walls. Change this to default. I want to cancel this. Let me make sure all I've got is egg pop. Well, there's a filter there. Okay. So you're good. Change those to default. Yes, change children. Change the children. We must change the children. Always change the children. Because whatever they are initially, it's not good enough. Okay, Godkiller. Pre-process the level. And then here's where I should do a little test. Bring in my diagnostic cube. Change the children. Change the children. Okay. Actually, wait. If you knew who that child was, you would say yes. Change the children. It's a bit of a secret. I'm not going to say it on the stream, but that the identity of that child is knowable. Okay, so now there's this. What is it doing? Why is the snap weird? Boy, that's annoying. Let's put you at 101. Let's put you at 1. Let's put you at 40. Okay, then what the hell is wrong with the snap? That is, oh God. Why is like weird shit going wonky on me? Okay, 39. Okay, so here's the actual coordinate system, 64, 41, 3. If I go back to a portal util, this is correct. That might have changed as a result of me setting the layer on the egg pop walls to be default. If that's the case, then I should run this again and see if it still fails here. Because the coordinate system is based upon the detected bounds of the scene objects. And by me changing those pop-up walls to be on the layer that the raycast would hit them on, that might have changed their location back to where they're expected to be. Okay. So I'll try that code again. Keep the breakpoint there. That's as I want it. This particular level should not have predictions. Clear. Okay. Still no. Okay. So now what I need to do is troubleshoot earlier. Go to the discovery, pop all discovery, and see if create is getting called for the interior portal pop walls. It's like it's got everything I'd expect for it to be detected. Pop wall here, script here. Nothing here is disabled. Okay. I don't want the preprocessor breakpoint on this. I want it on playing. Ooh. This is not going to help me. That's the stair. Actually, this might help me. Stairs, pop ball. Stairs, pop ball. Stairs, pop ball. Okay, there's the portal pop balls. Actually, what I can do is go up to the top of this loop. I need to get through this editor called the code. Step out. Step out. But I don't want to miss it when the same code executes a second time in play mode. So I'll just set a breakpoint here. And that means it'll come back through on the play mode. Come on, there we go. So now we're in play mode. And I'm pretty sure it's going to discover all of these guys that are just not showing up. So let's see what it actually finds. Pop ball discovery, great. Okay. Play. There we go. Okay, so this should be. Just stop your little jumping up and down thing. Okay, there. Okay, so which one is this? This is stairs pop ball. Okay, just keep an eye on that. Stairs, 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 portal. Okay. Let's take a look. Min CRH, max CRH. That's at 11.8. So if I pop back over to here, that's not in the range that I'm expecting it to be in. So my coordinate system changed. Okay, there's another way to do this too, where I don't have to use hard-coded stuff here. But, okay. Let's see what the next one looks like. Okay, so just gonna write down some of these numbers. $11.8, $11.8. Okay. That's the first one. Let's set the breakpoint down here. 11.8. This is still 11.8? Wait, two in the same place? Or did I just hit play from up here and it went down here? That might have been all it was. Okay. Still? Maybe I need to recalc the CRHs. Oh, this is kind of weird though. Or maybe since that code is no longer going to help me make this run faster. I should just let it find the bounds of the object and use it. Simplify the code, just find it at runtime. But let me keep seeing what the other ones pop up as. Also, I want to take note of the name. 114. Okay, now we're at 113. And min CRH, still 11.8. All these are 11.8. I will go and look at them in the scene view from all. This might be that fucking prefab thing again. Or it takes the value from the prefab and ignores the override. But if that's the case, I could just get rid of this edit time storage in the game object, and I could calculate the bounds at runtime like I did before. It's safer code. Yeah, these are all 11.8 and they're different objects. Okay, so they're going to fail to be loaded into the logical data structure of the board in a way that they can be retrieved later, and that would be the cause of an error. I can take this and just have it all calculate at runtime. Let's do that as just a test to start out with, and then clean up the code and make it nicer if it's successful. But I mean, while I'm at it, let's fix the other thing I know is wrong. Oh, did I have it playing the whole time? I did. Okay, that's right. Okay, so the other thing I know is wrong in the egg. Outer pop walls. Okay, find pop wall pieces. Oh, this might actually work. Yeah, this might actually succeed. It could be simplified. Yeah, here I've got some code that says raise the pop walls, but there won't be anything in there. So let's take a look at that. Pop walls are already going to be raised. Already going to be raised. Okay, I don't see anything malignant about that, but to do clean up, delete, and all refs to outer pop walls because they don't exist anymore. Okay, feeling a little bit better about this. Okay. Let's clear that, play that, play again. Okay, now we're in play mode. Then I go back to pop wall discovery and briefly go to Unity to stop the little icon from popping up. Come back here and hit play. Stairs pop. God damn, you can't do anything. Unity, you act like you've got something to tell me, but I can't even go over there and do anything right now. I'm in the debugger. Okay, min CRH. Okay, 118. Okay, that looks fine. I want to get past stairs and get to portal pop wall. Okay, 74.47.3. 74. Well, these are corners. So this 7447 is in between these two corners. So that's fine. Okay, I think I fixed that particular problem. Hit play. Is this one different? Yep, it is. Okay, cool.
There be spires and towers. You'll climb them.
Just verifying that the music is playing. Okay. Can I walk? Not seeing exceptions pop up in the bottom. I think I'm walking, I think. Maybe I'm not. No, I'm stuck in place. Okay, so still a problem. Let's hope there's an exception around it. Oh, no exception. Just that one benign one. So usually when she won't move at the beginning, I may not have clicked on the screen. That's the other reason for not working. I'll start in the debugger and then I forget to click on the screen. Let's try this again. Let's make sure that these are walls. Yes, you are. You're a good wall. Not a sneaky wall. You're just a good, solid wall. Okay. Bam. And it's like nothing to see. Just a bunch of... Oh, there's a present. Okay. Well, how do I get that present? And you're like, okay, there's a path to it, but... I don't see a way to get to it. Maybe there's a little passage over there. Okay, kind of a cheap trick. Okay, I think I got it. I think it's just cleanup at this point. Just a little cleanup. Okay, let me make sure that it works to exit here. Okay, now I'm just going to do a little bit of cleanup so the code's not all crappy. And I'll be done. I'll be done before 10. Because that is a bug fix. A very zigzaggy bug fix, but still. Okay, in the egg. So let's delete the raised pop walls. Let's delete outer pop walls. Okay. Got that. And then in discovery, or not discovery utility, in pop wall discovery, I no longer want to use these. Don't need this here. So that will also make it so I don't have to go to the other levels and make sure that the edit time stuff is populated. It'll just work at runtime as it did before to find the bounds. Let's test it one more time. But I think this is it. I think this is the end of the session.
Could there be spires and towers? You'll climb them for hours. How the stairs will wind, all the secrets you'll find. Could there be dark little holes and yawning abysses? Would that earn me your praise, your fawning and kisses? Could there be creatures around, your brothers and sisters? Goodwill to be found. Everyone fits here, it's my world, and you're invited.
Alright, Cicada, I'm wrapping it up here. I will say goodnight to you. The bug is fixed. The level is improved. There's no rakes on the ground for you to run into like Sideshow Bob. And I gained an education about the profiler. And we spotted some serious garbage collection stuff that probably should be addressed in next release. I am going to stop the stream when M is at the apex of her ascent. For Cicada or anyone else hanging out, say goodnight to you now. Have a good rest of the night. Let it go, let it go. And